Okay, checking audio. 1, 2, 3. Sounds okay. Okay, let's get started. Welcome to the Discourager of Hesitancy. Today, well, probably ought to talk about what happened last week. So last week, what happened was, well, on Thursday, yes, Thursday, we were putting clipping into our text so that it would stay within a bounded rectangle. And we did not get that working on Thursday, but where we got was where I knew how to proceed, and it was only a few minutes left of development to find the right answer. So I did do another half hour of experimentation off stream and then another half hour of cleanup, but I basically got clipping done in the text the way I want. It took me about an hour after stream, during which I had a, maybe not an epiphany, but an understanding that debugging shaders is a lot more, and I should approach it more like LED debugging on bare microcontrollers. So in the past, I've done microcontrollers, and the only thing you have to debug with is you get a GPIO pin, a general purpose input-output pin, and you hook up an LED, and maybe that's the only free pin you have to develop against, and so you have literally on or off. If you happen to have 2 or 3 GPIO pins free, maybe you could set up 3 LEDs and kick back up to 8-digit numbers, or 8 value numbers, as like error codes. But honestly, or even timers, like you'll do like short blinks and long blinks to send out more data through that one channel. I kind of found at the end of Thursday that that's how to do shader debugging. We just made everything green given certain conditions, and it led me to the right values and understanding what one error was still left in my math. So we got that done. Okay. So I was thinking today we would port those changes over to the MultiColorText object. And I had maybe not another epiphany, but an idea. What if I just ditch the single color text altogether and we only use MultiColorText everywhere? That is not the worst idea I've ever had. I think that the abilities, that there's minimal performance improvements of having a single color text over multicolor text. And if we just simplify and make it one thing, that's all the better. So we still have to port clipping into the multicolor text shader. But then if we just get rid of text altogether for single color text, because all we're going to do is we're going to make text more and more complex over time. For this game, we don't need to add multiple fonts or bold or italic support. But in future projects we might. And we would really not build that into the text object. We would probably build that into the multicolor text object. So I think it's just time to get rid of text and stop fiddling with 2 different text objects. I think the performance gains are not sufficient to justify the 2 code bases. So you'll still get to see the shader stuff that I finished up on Thursday as we go through the process of porting that over and then deleting the old text. If we get that done, then it's text wrapping. That would be very handy in the about scene when we write that up. And if we finish wrapping, we probably need to tackle cursor. I don't know how I want to do cursor for the text edit. There are a couple of ideas there. One is we do like we're doing, where we just walk forward through the string to find the cursor position every time we move the cursor. Another one is to cache a location for each character. So when we set this string that we're displaying, we create a secondary parallel array which stores locations. So we may do that. Then it's just a fast lookup. As long as you're not editing the text rapidly, it's probably faster. Especially as text gets large. When text is small, what we're doing now is fine. But we plan on doing larger texts. Okay. So I think that's the plan today. So let's write that all up in our journal to-do thing. We'll stub out our end of week stats chunk. This Saturday will probably be when we do a 4-week analysis of my productivity. So one thing we might do if we still have time is we may write some of that code analysis scripts. Right, so tasks. 1, port clipping from text to multi-color text. Delete text. Rename multi-color text to text. Somewhere along the way, there'll be lots of debugging, and the text edit will be updated. At which point, let's do wrapping, and the last thing was text edit cursor. So that's what we got to do today. If there's time, this should be pretty quick. I think that's my plan. So that'll grab us these two. Then we'll just about have our priority tasks done. Which means all these things that we have as low priority will become top priority. Cool. And we can move them up to priority tasks as we work through them. Okay. So that's the plan. Let's get into this. Week 8. Yes, we've been going for 8 weeks. Or will have gone for 8 weeks at the end of this week. It's been not about a journey, but an experience. It's been educational. So here we go. what we need to do first. I really want to, let's see, in to do. Shaders. Did I write a note to myself about shader? Okay. Great. Shaders need some upgrades eventually. So there's the notion that every vertex shader basically has a paired fragment shader, which is indeed how we've written it all. So maybe we just put it all in one file with like a separator line for text, some separating key. So we read one file until we hit the key, then we get the other one. That is one option. Or comment to link them. So maybe we have two files, but they each say, // Make sure you're using this vert. But then we can start doing things like shader warehouse gets both with a single lookup. So there can be no typo where you mismatch your vertex shader and your fragment shader. Shader warehouse. If we do any parsing of the shaders ourselves, shader warehouse can detect and have index lookup based uniforms instead of strings. I would like to get rid of the strings lookup in the shaders. Looking up those, it would be way faster if there was just hard-coded enumerated values for each shader. Look it up by index in an array. So that was something else I thought of over the weekend, but that's future. Like, this is when we finish the first game, we'll go through here and blaze through as much of this as we can to improve the systems that we would like to. But this does not need to happen for the first game. So we'll just keep plugging along with what we've got for now, in the interest of not allowing scope creep to kill us. So, okay. So here's what we're doing. We were doing clipping in text. We need to put that in MultiColorText. So it's all going to start in the assets, text, vertex shader. Oh, shaders. Text vertex shader. And mostly what we added will be added to our text. What's the other thing we called it? Multicolor vertex shader. Position, text coordinate, texture slot. We are already passing that in. Vertex color. Yeah. Okay. UMVP. So we're going to pass in 3 more uniforms. And we're going to pass out as well the 4 corners of our rectangle. We will directly steal this code because that's been proven right. And it's been simplified down. We'll copy this code. So let me talk you through what we're doing here. Oops. We're going to pass in an integer that says, should we clip to the rectangle, bounding rectangle? If it's 0, we don't do anything. If it's 1, then we're going to take the rectangle that we also sent in as a uniform, right? So here's our rectangle. We're going to get x, y, width, and height. Then we're going to cast those coordinates to our world to our screen. Okay? So these are in world coordinates. This is going to be our screen coordinates. Using our model view projection matrix, we have to know the viewport, and then what point are we transforming into. So we take these coordinates, turn them into screen coordinates. That's all we're doing here. We're in 2D, so we don't need this, we don't need this, and we don't need this term added. We don't do anything with the z-axis. So it's all 2D coordinates. Save ourselves a couple of computations. I guess it doesn't really matter, probably nothing noticeable in terms of frame rate. Then those things come over here to the fragment shader. No. Next, multicolor fragment. There we go. This one. We need GL fragment chord. What this is the fragment shader is run over basically every pixel within a triangle. So when I say GL frag chord, it says what is the screen coordinate of the pixel, and I say pixel, I know it's not a pixel. The pixel that we're looking at. Right now that is pixel. But a fragment can be smaller than a pixel, which we may get into when we talk anti-aliasing, which we do not have enabled. But this says, here's the screen coordinate of the pixel we're looking at. And I'm going to call it fragment from now on, but pixel, fragment, not quite the same. But it's good enough to visualize what's going on. Look at our texture. We do not have view color, but we do have view clipping enabled. That's the uniform we get passed in. Good news is when we set the uniform for clipping enabled, this same uniform is used in both shaders. We don't have to set it twice. So this uniform is shared between the two. Then I'm going to copy this. This is a straight copy. Test point in triangle. That's easy. Test point in quad. We'll talk about all this in just a second. Then in here, a lot of this is going to be very, very similar. Let's grab all of this, where the main difference is here. So we have the vertex color, vertex alpha times what we sample off the texture coordinate on the R. That's basically it. Okay, so what's going on? We say, are we inside? We assume true. If clipping is enabled, then we ask, is this fragment coordinate XY position within this rectangle? Okay? Now this rectangle may not be screen aligned. It may be tilted. So if it's rotated at all, the rectangular test doesn't work. You can't just say, is this point between this point and this point X, and this point and this point and this Y? Okay? So this isn't going to work. Instead, we have to say, we can break a rectangle into two triangles and ask, is the point in this triangle? If it's not, test the other triangle. Okay? And either way, the output is contained, right? So if clipping is enabled, test the point in the quad, which means test the two triangles. How do we test a triangle? I'm glad you asked. What we do is we ask, given 3 points, if we take the dot product of the angle formed by those two, the two vertices formed by that angle. So let's see here. Maybe I can draw a picture. Not a very good picture. This way. Okay, so if this is P0, P1, and P2, let's see, is this actually how we set this up? I mean, it kind of doesn't matter. As long as you're consistent about the order, it doesn't matter. So we take one point between these two and we form an angle. And then we do a dot product to find out if it's negative or if it's positive. And if we do that for the point we're testing and all three corners of the triangle, right, we get a positive, we get a value out. That's the dot product. This is dot product 1, dot product 2, dot product 3. As long as we march around clockwise or counterclockwise consistently, all we have to do is ask, are they all negative or are they all positive? So we say, do we have negative values? Do we have positive values? And we contain it if they're all positive or all negative. Okay? So that's the dot product test for whether we're inside of a triangle or not. That's all we're doing. Okay? So sign dot product returns it. We get 3 dot products. As long as we march around consistently, we can just ask, are they all negative or are they all positive? Which logically is, we don't have both positive and negative values in our three checks. That's it. So with all that in, I think MultiColorText might be in to have proper rectangular clipping. Now, to test that, well, not in, we're not done yet. There's one more thing. We have to pass those uniforms in. So if we go to source shader, not shader, text.cpp, where we render things, we have a Boolean called clipping enabled, so we can turn it on or off if we want to. So we probably need to steal that from text.hpp. Which we put after line spacing. What else do we do for clipping? A Boolean. I think that's it. So over to text.cpp. Clipping enabled right after line spacing. By default, we don't have it, because why would we? No. Set clipping enabled is easy. We can do that. Easy. Lastly, we set an awful lot more uniforms this way. In fact, we set hardly any uniforms. Say, here's our texture. Clipping enabled, we set you clipping enabled 1 or 0. Here's our rectangle, which we get from our text objects bounding rectangle. And a viewport, which we steal from our viewport here from the renderer. That's it. I think that's it. Time for testing. See how that port works. Again, if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to stream of consciousness this stuff. To test, we need to change TextEdit to take MultiColorText instead of text. Which multicolor text has a singular set color? I do not. We should do that. Is it really character index and not quad index? Interesting. Oh, set text color. We did do this. It goes through all the quads and sets them. Okay. But why this is all const. Little cleanup here while we're at it, I guess. Oh. Oh, but that's why. All right, let's just be consistent then. I've already got what I need. I don't need to add anything here for set color. Set text color already covers that behavior. Okay. Lastly, TextEdit. Okay. Set text. We're just gonna hack in here real quick. Set quad color. At index 1, 2, a color, which will be something hideous. 255, 0, 255. That should be a nice. No, let's do a nice yellow. I do too much mauve. With that in place, our sandbox should line up just grand. Let's see. That color, that color. Shader, s_text color shader. Oh. Nope. We should reference the right class. Okay, we have to lie about this for a little bit longer. So the cursor will, well, the cursor's already worked because we changed a lot of things. So we're just gonna ignore the cursor. We'll fix that after we do everything else in our text edit. I guess we have to do a clean. Oh, and we need to, oh, shoot. Oh, the shaders need to be embedded as well. I'm embedding all my game data so that everything exists within one single executable, no external files. But that doesn't mean I have to embed the shaders. Which we can do. I don't think we're going to be fast enough to... Well, interesting. Okay, it's done. Was that before Shader Warehouse got compiled? Font Warehouse, font store. Nope. There's Shader Warehouse. Yeah, I might not be in time. We can run a compile again. It's easy. Without the clean this time. That's another thing I want to do. Let's go to 2D while this is building. I really don't want... No pre-compiled headers. That would be nice to get rid of, I think. I think pre-compiled headers are causing me more clean and rebuilds than otherwise. Okay, we should pop up into the, oh, wait a second. We gotta get the shaders embedded in there. Oh, darn it. It's embedding all my resources again. Yeah, it doesn't take too long. The real change should be in the shader warehouse. Basically, I'm using the word term warehouse to mean I'm storing binary data. Okay, if we go into sandbox, it blows up. Interesting. $176. $167. Set quad color, which is probably happening from text edit here. If underscore, what was it called? Oh. It's just length, yeah. Length greater than 2. This is just so that we can visually see that this is the multicolor text object we're editing and not the text object. Sandbox. Okay, so the second letter of everyone is yellow. And now if we rotate, you should see this one is already clipping here. Let's center. If we rotate, it continues to clip correctly all the way around. Even with the rotations, it works. We can increase the line spacing and see clipping off the top. We can increase our character spacing, and sure enough, it clips just fine. top, bottom, left, right. So clipping is now in multicolored text. Good. So that's one done. Let's go to our journal and report all that. Notes. Simple copy, paste of text clipping to multicolor text clipping. Tested in sandbox. That is done. I want to delete text from everything. Therefore, I have to ask the question, is there anything in text that I don't support in multicolor text? I think there are things in multicolor text that are not supported, but like the double click text the pretty sure text accepts a click. Maybe not. Okay. So the only other place we would really use this is in gamescene.hpp. Text goes away. Oh, good. All right. Who wrote this crap? Okay. Text with multi-color text. Yes, no, no, no. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, no. Yes, no. Yes, no. Yes, no. That's it. No, 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 no. I don't think we actually reference text class directly from here, except for here. Which we were just reusing here, so we can put it in multicolor text. Okay. Yes, yes. No, 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 no. Yes, yes, no, no. No, yes, yes. No, yes, yes. No, yes, yes. No. No, no. Oh, no, that's no, no. There we go. Hit the wrong key. No, 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 no. Oh, yes, yes. Nope, nope. Yes, yes. Nope, nope, nope. Yes, yes. Yes, no, no, no. Yes, yes. No, 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 nope, 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 nope. Good heavens. I think that's mostly it. All right, we'll do a full clean debug. Who else uses the word text? I'll bet settings does. Oops. Yes, 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 yes. Nope, not that one. Yes, 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 yes. What's fun is we actually have to come through after we delete text and rename all this stuff right back. But we're going to do it stage by stage so we don't get ahead of ourselves and don't break anything. Settings, probably, I don't think main menu does. Oh, main menu would, actually. Should do that, and then sandbox, last one. No, 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 yes, 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 no. See how close we can get. Okay. Text E, multicolor text. H, multicolor text H. All right. Is that it? Are we done? Let's get full clean and see how bad we get. So I don't think we need text as itself. Okay, typos do not help at all. Yes, thank you, main menu scene. It's fine. Multicolored text is sad. Okay, that's about. Oh, I can't type in sandbox scene either. Huh? That's amazing. Multicolor. Yuck. Only in the header, apparently. All right. Let's see how much closer we are. Main menu scene still. Okay. Main menu scene all over the place. Or same place. I changed that. How dare they? Did I not? I didn't. Here it is. I thought I did. Must have changed it somewhere else. Here we go. Here we go. You just delete this. Oh, the refactoring fun. It's a good Monday sort of task, though, refactoring. Mostly you just let the compiler do the work, find the places where you forgot something. Oh, that is very strange. Oh, I accidentally factored that one. MultiColor still showing up in places. Okay, settings scene, similar issue. You know, let's just do this all the way to the other file. Boom. I believe in my replacements. That's not one that I have to manually verify. Setting scene. Oh, we're getting close. Oh, text edit. You know, I think we're going to simplify text edit. Is that true? Nah. Okay. Okay. We'll have some delegates. Okay. Okay, okay, one more time. Our whole goal is just to delete text. That's all we want. Okay. Okay, multicolor text does have a color. I guess is the base color, so we can return a color, I guess. undefined reference. Set alignment. Oh, well, that is true. Okay. It's spinbots. Oh. Okay, fine. Okay. Refactor almost done. And testing. These are such helpful error messages. Wonderful. Thank you, OpenGL. We'll just rebuild everything from scratch. See if that's part of the problem. It has been part of the problem before, which is one of the reasons I really want to get rid of the precompiled headers. These warnings I can ignore, at least for now. All right. Overall, though, looking like we might have a semi-productive day today. Really like to get text stuff done. Then yes, if there's time, we'll do code statistics. How do we measure our productivity? I don't think there's any place that really takes that seriously. Odds that this fixed everything. Oh, it's working. In the sandbox, labels are all fine, everything looks okay. Oops, that crashed. Why would it crash? Segfault. Copy text. Why would this have a length of 2? Okay, well, we're just taking that out. That's not what I wanted. That's what I want. Back into TextEdit. Two. Or 1. This one. It's just going away. We're done with that. We don't need it. We can see what's going on now without the yellow letters. Sandbox. Yep, everything looks good. Back and crashes. Why is it crashing when I'm back? I do not know. Run. Need to get a backtrace to find out what's going on. And this is still crashing. Copy text. The length is not 2. Colors starts off life as a null. There's only one constructor. 2 constructors. Is that my problem? Batch quad count. Is it not initializing correctly? I suppose that's possible. Oh. Just forget to initialize a value. Run. Sandbox. Back. Play. Okay. A is in. R or I must contain 1, therefore P is out. Okay, now there's no single click. But R is in, so T is out. So we did break this. What about this? Yep, these won't be clickable either. Okay. Quit. What we need to do is figure out where text. Let's go to game, scene, letter. In the mouse press handler, if my letter at index contains this XY, huh. I'm setting the same rectangle. These should be identical. So okay, what's the difference between text contains and multicolor text contains? Huh. Does contain screen point, which I believe goes back to this. Raw rectangle contains the point. Okay, therefore, Rectangle width, rectangle height. Position is 30. Set, find rectangle. Ah. Okay. This code looks the same, so why is the click in game scene not working? Mouse press handler. Left mouse button pressed. X. X and Y. I kind of thought that would just be a drop-in replacement there. Okay, we no longer need debug mode. What we need is click. Oh. Because of the double click. The double click is overriding the single click. Okay. Okay. Double click. If on second release we do a thing, this. There's no point in checking for double click if we don't have a handler for it. So it should not process any double click events. I think that's what we're gonna do. That should just fix it. Play. Oh, what the? Green, red, clear. Okay, so Ultra, I should still be able to right double click to 0 at all. Perfect. Okay. Demon. Let's copy notebooks into each other. This one we will take C and D, but not D. C, not E, D, right? C, E, C, D. D, E, not C. Looking for contradictions. The rest of those letters go away, the rest of those letters go away. Proud is out, so this deduction is valid. All of those are in. No S, no P, no I. And now there's a contradiction there, so that's no good. Oh, we caught him midway. Oops. Oh, interesting. We didn't let an animation finish. Huh. Okay, well, whatever. Not sure why that didn't happen. N or H, therefore I or O. No B, no Y. Fails. Is in, nope, 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 we want H out. No letter P. Logs, jacks, wax. But it's not X. Must be W. I like ED at the end of words. Noud, one. Anyway, endow. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so everything is working, although I still want to know why that animation quit halfway through. Was it because I... Is it because... Just grab some letters. Huh. They should not be interrupting the previous animation. Letter color change. Guess letter color change. So these are now crashing each other. Because we start a guess letter inside of a guess changing, and then we trigger one of these as well. And those two are not mutually exclusive anymore because. So I think we just go to that. We can actually shrink this down considerably. Let's just go to like 32, 35, 36, 36. Tag. Yes, letter changed. It's just letter change. Plus What's the letter, right? Letter index. Okay.
There.
All right, see how badly we broke it. Oh. Okay, fine. I'll put a parentheses in. Where told to. Build, compile, run. See how badly we broke it. Hopefully not too bad. All right, we need a bunch of words on here. Send a bunch of letters. Then, whoa. Okay, that's not going to work for me. That takes too long. Ah. Well, shoot. All right, let's enter that as a bug. Otherwise, we're calling it a win. Otherwise, we're going down a rabbit hole. We will undo everything about the guess letter change. We'll put these all back the way they were. We'll enter it as a bug in our to-do. Bug. Guess letter animations getting interrupted. Mid-letter bounce. Okay, let's just run it real quick, make sure it's still running. Okay. Oof, interesting. Interesting. QV, okay. What? Try a Q word once. There's a U in it. Okay. Demon has 3, huh? Flogs. ED can have at most 1. If it is C, then it is not D or E. Which would still work. That doesn't cause any contradictions that I can find. Oh, interesting. Anyway. Everything is working except for that one animation issue. So go to the journal. Oops. Journal. Replaced text with multicolor text everywhere. Oh. We should finish this change here. Source make file. Text.o no longer needs to be built. Source text. Okay. Now do a full clean debug build. Make sure we didn't break anything. FPS label, of course. Remember that one. Multicolor text does not need text. Okay. We were close. We should just finish removing text. Oh, button. Button. Okay. Oh, FPS label. Oh, I guess that's true. Okay. Make sure it all still runs. Okay. Yeah, it's still catching them. All right. Still. We have removed remove text from everywhere. Faced with multicolor text. Okay, now last thing. We need to rename multicolor text to just text. Rename file and buffer. File and buffer. Oh yeah, we gotta remove the old shaders and do that. It sets shaders text F and V. Rename file and buffer. Text v.glso. File and buffer. Text F. GLSO. Shaders. We're getting rid of text. There we go. Text.c. Okay, so that's that. And then everything that references a multicolor text needs to be renamed. So, game context, game scene, multicolor text. Text. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we're just going for it. Game scene. Boom. Go for it. Settings scene, similar treatment. Menu scene. Main menu, we did settings. We need to go to sandbox. What else? I guess the FPS label and the button. button, text edit. And it's been hot. Okay, let's see how that cleans up and runs. Just getting tired of the duplication of effort when really there's no reason to keep the two different versions of text rendering around, I think. This cleanup removes a lot of code, which is mostly duplicate. So while we're sitting here, we can go to the to-do, text. Now it simplifies. Also, multi-texture font. Similar font textures. Font textures similar to texture quad batch. Basically, eventually, if we ever do any more rich editing type things, we will want to set different, like bold, italics, different fonts altogether, different font sizes, which means we'll have to reference different font atlases that just broke everything. Huh. Huh. Okay. Now what did I break? That was all within button. Text. Text. Um. Our quads are showing, which is the gray box we see that's rendered in pseudo 3D. That's not showing. Okay, well, what if we go to settings? No text showing anywhere. About sandbox, everything's busted. Oh. Okay. The tools bin semicolon dot slash shader bed shaders .nc cd dot dot dot. We need to clean. We need to clean. We'll see. Hey, there's my text. Yeah, we updated the shader name, but didn't update the shader. So sandbox, everything's there. Text clipping is working. Play. I'm curious. H. No T, they're shortcuts. Means, mains, names, lots of options there. Okay. Good enough. That all works. Out we go. Quit. Renamed multicolor text to text. Okay, so now we've simplified all of our code down considerably. Nope. Okay, get commit dash amend dash message to text everywhere. There, perfect. Okay, so completely refactored. We no longer have text and multicolor text. We just have good. Oh, we did blow away the text though. Do we? How do we feel about that? There's an important piece of TextEdit which we have commented out, which is the X offset at character. So as we advance our cursor, we need to find out the position of the quad. This 5 in here. What's this 5 doing? Margin. That's the number. I'll bet that's what it is. Oh no. That's a Y offset. Cursor. Yeah, we're gonna have to change the way the cursor's handled. Once we get text wrapping done. Text wrapping it is. All right. So text wrapping. Okay, clipping enabled has to do with the way we render it, but updating the text is when we care about wrapping it. Boom. All right, let's think about wrapping text. Let's go to our scratch buffer. Let's say that you have a string that is long, something like you fell victim. I don't know. Let's see here. Let's see here. What's a good line here? My name is Nico Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Let's say we have some long text, which we are trying to fit into a box of, I don't know, something like this. This is our bounding rectangle for our text, right? We say we're rendering inside of this. What we're going to do is we're going to start here. My name is Inigo, and Montoya is not going to fit. So Montoya has to come down here. Killed. Ooh, that does fit technically. We'll just make this one wider. How's that? That's not plus. Let's just keep it simple. Prepare. 2 will not fit in that. To die. Okay. So what we're looking for is an algorithm to do text wrapping. After which we can center and make those adjustments. Yes, that's fine. So all we really need to do is identify where these breakpoints happen. Right now we only break on an actual new line character. We insert into a box like this. Long string into a box. So as we fill this in, we get letter M, we get letter Y, we advance, N-A-M-E, advance, Indigo, and then it's actually going to start filling this in here. Like, we don't know we need to wrap yet. M-O-N-T is going to crash us, right? So what we need to do is keep track of when was the last good breaking point, which is as we fill in quads, track the index of the last good quad to break on. If the next quad would break outside of the rectangle, move last n quads to next to beginning of next line, apply horizontal alignment adjustments to newly wrapped line. Continue where we left off. Let me think. So basically the first letter after a space is where we want to break. Or after punctuation. So may have to back calculate x chords or update. So to, for example, center or write a line, we have to know where the last x coordinate is that we are aligning. There is, of course, one more case we have to consider. How badly do I want to consider it? What if we have a really long word like Papamonstrous Squipedaliophobia? There may not be a last good wrapping position stored. We will consider that one separately. Will we? I mean, let's get the first part first, right? Where we break on word boundaries. But there are, in word wrapping, a number of bookkeeping details that get a little hard to track. So first letter after punctuation or space. In the long word case, we never had a good break point for our quad. We never stored one. Oh, or did put some things into the box. I guess it will try to put it on the line below. So by our current algorithm, it'll pop this down here and keep filling in until it runs out of room again, right? Until it can't. And pop it a monstrous S. Then what does it do? This one, I want to definitely think about later. Let's do this one first. This is the most common case. I want to hit pop it monsters and squibidindiophobia for Christmas. Yes, this whole algorithm becomes a big pain because then we move it down here, we run out of room again. We actually want to pop it back up here, hyphenate, and then like this actually gets to be pretty nasty with really long words. Yep. How to detect, how to advance or roll back wrap lines. Like there's a lot of bouncing that has to happen here. Or we set a threshold. Word length or word wrap length threshold might be easier. We just say, look, if we've already written 6 letters, and we're running out of space, just put a hyphen and go. Maybe that's the right way. It's simple. That way, if we only write hip, it'll just pop down and continue. It's probably this one. Probably. Okay. So there's our plan. Let's start with this. Questions, comments, concerns? Okay. What we're going to do then is we're going to put this quote into our sandbox. Here. That should be long enough, and we don't have any manual new lines in here. We will be mixing eventually, but let's start with a clean line. And m_test word wrap test word wrap text object set wrapping enabled true. Okay, now this should change nothing because we haven't actually implemented the new layout, text layout with wrapping. So let's see how this goes. Text wrapping, a much harder problem than you might think at first blush. I knew it would be a bit of a pain, but I don't want to spend too much time thinking about these things outside or looking them up on the inner Googles. I want to figure them out myself. So go to sandbox. This is not line wrapped, obviously. And yeah, the cursor is totally bored, so don't worry about that. That'll be our last thing to do after we finish wrapping. So this would probably wrap after the D. All right, let's go try it. Text. Update text. Blah, blah, blah. For each character, we want to keep track of last known wrappable wad index equals -1. Int last known pre-wrappable max x current x don't care. Current x advances. Oh goodness, that would not work very well. If we get a line wrap character, max x goes to 0 after we align everything. Last known equals -1. So if we get a new line, we just clear everything. Oof, and then we get a character. We work out a whole bunch of stuff. Max x equals x1. So I think here, word wrapping. Max x is greater than raw rectangle dot width. Do wrapping. Was last char a space or punctuation? Equals true. Equals true. It's false. If we get a new line character, that resets all of our bookkeeping. Okay. So we need to look at the ASCII table and figure out a good way to find out if we are in a punctuation kind of situation. See, this gets a little messy because $, we don't want to count. We basically want commas, periods. I suppose math ones we sometimes want to break, or maybe not. comma period. What letters do we want to wrap word wrap on? Let's just say comma and period for now. Comma and period. Most anything else, I would expect a space after it. No, you know what? Let's not do punctuation. Let's just start simple. We'll figure out the rest of it. Word wrapping. Hey, Luna James 3. I'm good. How are you doing? What's new? What's up? What is up today is we are going to implement word wrapping in our text renderer. And it turns out there's an awful lot of corner cases, special cases, a lot of bookkeeping we're going to have to do. So working our way through that. This is kind of the last semi-major technical task for us. I'm trying to think. We have some tech debt to address, nothing interesting. Tooltips won't be hard once we have multi-line text. Or, well, text wrapping. We maybe don't need this feature. We don't, maybe not need this feature. Maybe we'll put that down in to do after. Yeah, mostly we're done with tech once we get the last of the text editing done. So yeah, word wrapping, super fun. So yep, we're making a game without a game engine, and we're doing that so that we can learn, not because it's necessarily the right way to do it. Also, I just like working closer to the metal. So every time you put a game engine between me and my CPU, I want to see all the way down as far as I can. Travis, how's it going? Doing good, doing good. We're doing text wrapping today. Last major technical hurdle. Basic tech, I guess. Like the tech components we built the game. We still have some other technical things to build, like saving replays and playing them back. There are some interesting problems there. But yeah, doing good, doing good. It's a Monday. We finished up text clipping, refactored. We've only got one text object now, not two. I decided it wasn't worth it. We're not going to check punctuation. Last known pre-wrappable max x equals our max x. Last known wrappable quad index is going to equal our quad index. Basically, we're trying to. I want to get to the straight point. I'm a graphics designer and I'm looking for some work. I can help you if you need any logo or any other stuff like that. Well, I blew my budget on a logo and a banner, and I'm not making any money doing this. I'm burning through my life savings faster than I would like to because the economy is in the dump. So I understand you probably would love some work, but right now I'm just hoping I can hold on long enough to finish my game and get it onto Steam. So probably not going to be doing any logos or any branding stuff for a while. Just don't have any money for it. I got to keep feeding my kids or something. But if you have a portfolio, I will definitely keep you around for when I do make all my millions of dollars making this game. Because Travis has promised to buy 10,000 copies, right? Okay. Yeah, Discord. Actually, that's a good point. Let's see. Let's go to the old Discords. I haven't shared that out in a while. Server settings. No, not server settings. What am I doing? Invite people. Copy. There we go. Discord. I have a Discord server. You can get announcements when I stream. Hop on in. If you have any questions, discussions you want to have when I'm not streaming, pop them in there. Maybe I'll turn them into discussions, topics, mini lectures, all that sort of thing. But yeah, I'm always happy to look at a portfolio. One of these days, I'll make some money trying to build game studio. Build something. I don't know. So yeah, happy to look at your portfolio, see what you do. Okay, so back to where we were. Wrapping text. If I can figure out where we are. Okay, there we are. So if the last character was a space, and we get something that's not a space, we save where we're currently at in X, and we save this quad, which we're going to create, as the one place we can break the line. Now, after we add that quad, here, if our new max X is greater than the edge of our rectangle, then we do this. We do wrapping, whatever that means. We will have to apply this. Lines first on index. Yeah. So I have to do that. Our last known pre-wrappable max X. Lines first quad index is fine, all the way to quad index -1. Oh no. No. Last known wrappable quad index -1. I think that's that. So I'll go through each of those quads from the first quad in the line to the last known quad that we could wrap on, -1, using that width at that point. Then we say our new first quad index is this thing. And then for index equals the last known wrappable quad index. Index less than quad index plus, oh no, last known wrappable quad index. Let's then quad index plus equal to, as we can include the current quad, plus index. Whew, okay. Like I said, a lot of bookkeeping with word wrapping. It's a tricky problem. Mickey Maven, hey, Mickey Maven, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Give a little shout out. So everybody can follow Mickey Maven. You've popped into my chat from time to time. How are things going? What are you streaming these days? What was your project today? How was your stream today? What are you working on? So anyone who's new to the stream here, let me tell you what I'm working on today. Today, we are doing text wrapping in our text renderer. When you don't have a game engine, you got to do it all yourself. We've got text alignment done. We've got our text clipping inside of rectangles done. We get our text wrapping done. Then we just need to fix the cursor in our TextEdit component. And that should be the last major technical foundational piece that we need. Everything else is more gameplay technical, so good time and a lot of artwork. Don't make fun of the artwork. It took me like a couple of hours one day, and that was fun. But you can join me in the Discord if you want to just tag along for the journey. I stream of consciousness until people ask questions, and then I answer those questions as best I can. No game engine so that we learn how everything works. The game engine often hides things from you and assumes things about how you want your game to behave. And I don't want to deal with any of that. I want to build it the way I need it, nothing more, nothing less. I add abstractions when I need them. And let's see what else. I'm trying to keep everything in a single executable, no data files, no DLLs, everything statically linked. All of my data is embedded in the executable itself. And that should make installation trivial. Copy a file onto a computer and it should just run. I miss those days. Anyways, I've estimated it'll take me 3 to 6 months to finish the game. I'm almost 8 weeks in. I don't think I'm 1 month out anymore. And I know my estimates are always pretty lousy, so maybe my 3 to 6 months is more like 6 to 12 months, but you know, burning through the life savings, gotta get something done and delivered. Just for the sake of finishing it. So yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm happy to discuss anything, mostly about coding, but I mean, I'll bring up anything. I still don't know much about making texture works, particularly for UI or sharp lines. Yes. Textures. Okay. We can do textures. Let's talk textures real quick. We will pause right here. I'll just make it uncompilable. Let's start with the simplest thing. Let's go to our textured quad. So I'm in OpenGL. I don't know if you're in OpenGL. I think OpenGL has a lower barrier to entry. But I basically say every vertex contains 2 floats for my XY coordinate for each corner, for each vertex. I have 2 for the UV mapping, which we can talk about. Then I have 1 for my texture index. I tell myself that there are 4 vertices per quad, but there are 2 triangles, which means that I have to set up an index buffer that points to all 3 points of the 2 triangles, and then I compute a vertex buffer size. This class only allows 1 quad, 1 texture, nothing weird. So here's my texture. Texture class. I store binary data inside my executable, so when I say give me an image at this index or by this name, it references my texture warehouse where I store my binary data. I do have a way to dump in custom textures, but I'm not really using it right now. Oops. So there's a renderer ID, which we get when we call generate a texture. We tell OpenGL, I want a texture. I want one of them. And here's where you tell me how to handle that. So there's my render handle, basically. Then I bind that texture. I say, hey, I want a 2D texture at this ID. Here's how I want you to treat it. This can basically be copy-pasted for now. And then I call create a 2D texture image. I tell it it's a 2D texture. I forgot what that is. I tell it it's RGB-A, so I do want an alpha channel, 8 bits each. Here's the width and the height of my image in pixels, I think, not images, not bytes. I forget what that's about. I tell it it's an unsigned byte data type per RGBA. This call you can look up on the inner Googles. And then here's my binary data, right? This is my image warehouse. My image warehouse knows how wide it is, how high it is, and what the data is. And then I unbind. So that's when we create a texture, right? Like I said, you can pass in a buffer with a width and a height instead of whatever, but oh, I do remember this one actually. So this is a special one for text. So let's ignore this for now. I really should label that differently. Okay, so that's the basics of setting up a texture. Generate a texture, give me the ID, bind to the texture, and then send me a texture index using this image, texture, etc. Right? A lot of that can be used straight up. Color quad. CPP. So right now I'm using I can either set every corner of the quad itself in case I want a non-rectangular one, or there's a convenience function for a rectangular color quad. Almost all the time it's a rectangle, not like a trapezoid. Let's see, set colors. Let's ignore colors for now. Set the rectangle, like I said, it computes the corner points for me. When we render, after it does any updating it needs to, it binds the shader. I send it a camera transform and a model transform, a model view projection matrix. Then I send a draw command. Where's my texture bind? The texture. It's not binding a texture. That seems odd. I should bind the texture. Oh, color quad. I want texture quad. Yes, texture quad. Here we go. We bind our shader. We bind our texture into texture slot 0. We tell it texture slot 0 in the uniform. We set up our transform, and then we say, renderer, go forth and draw this texture. That's basically it. The bird sub. Not much yet. We're just doing, talking about textures in OpenGL, and then we will get back to word wrapping our texture renderer. So, while this one is very simple, it's just a single texture in a single quad. The UV, so here's where I set up the basic UV. Apply UVs, oh gosh. Yeah, I've abstracted away some of it. I don't really want to open the image warehouse, it's a large file. Anyway, basically it's top left corner, top right corner, which are scaled 0 to 1. Okay, so this is by default for me 0, 0.0, 0.0, so that says top left corner. Then the top right corner, so 1, oops, 0, so the y doesn't go down. Then we say the y coordinate is 1 and 1 for the bottom right-hand corner. And then the bottom left-hand corner is 0 and 1. That's basically my default setting for UV coordinates. Time to go to bed dressed. Thanks for dropping in. I will be on tomorrow, yes. And maybe we'll be doing something other than text. We'll see. So this is UV mapping. So yeah, you need a quad, you need a texture, you need a UV mapping to your texture. And then you need a shader. So if we go into my assets, shaders, the texture, vertex shader. So this is basically you send your vertex buffer, text, I don't want this one. You send to, I told you we have two coordinates for the position, which we shove into a vector 3. We have a texture coordinate, which has one float, which, no, texture coordinate. This is the UV mapping, which we shove into a vector 2 because that's 2 elements. And then at location 2, we have a texture slot, which is the one float. We've passed in the transformation matrix, right? So this comes in on a uniform. And we're going to send this data onto the fragment, the fragment shader. So we update our position times our model view projection matrix, which gives us a GL position, which goes into the fragment shader. Well, it's used to generate values to go into the fragment shader. Then we pass our texture coordinate and our texture slot to these V values, which are used by the fragment shader. The fragment shader, I have a color that is embedded as well into our texture quad. There's our texture coordinate, our UV coordinate. There's our texture slot. So I think I have like 32 texture slots per shader with maximum of, I don't remember. I printed it out once and I can't remember. And then here's the thing. I have a U texture sampler. This is how a fragment shader reads the values in the texture and gives us a value. So we get our texture slot, we cast it to an int, and we say if you gave us one, if you didn't give us one, if our texture slot is less than 0, we're just going to make it a hideous mauve color so that we know we've messed up. Otherwise, we get our texture sample. So we sample our texture at the UV coordinate here and save that color. Then we set our output color, so this is our output color, to texture color. And that's it. That's all of textures, basically. How long have you been working on the engine? Oh gosh, let me see. So in my journal, I've been streaming for 8 weeks. Before the stream, like on and off since October of last year. So listen here. But like, I had a real job, so like I got up to December and then it kind of died until I quit my job. So June. So yeah, I got a couple of months of some work in. Like, what's that? 4 days there. Maybe another 10 days in November, one in around Christmas break before my brain fried, and picked it back up again in June. Then I've been streaming for consistently for 7 weeks. This is my 8th week. Out flat in texture slot, in flat int. Yeah, something like that would do. Not sure about the 330 version, but yeah. So caveat to everyone, I'm not an OpenGL expert. I have heard of this flat thing. Um, my understanding is that has to do if you pass in an integer type value that's used by both the fragment shader and the vertex shader to make sure that there's no interpolation in the fragment shader. Yeah, exactly. No interpolation between vertices. Right. Out flat, in flat. Okay, that's true. I guess I don't need for that slot value, but well, okay, so my texture coordinate, my texture slots are set to all 4 vertices the same, so the interpolation will be the same as not using flat, but I should use flat, unless I am mixing textures, in which case I don't want flat anyways. So yeah, I don't know. Details, yes. No, and if I'm missing something obvious, like we had a guy in here a week and a half ago who actually caught some issues that my GPU was allowing OpenGL things that shouldn't have, and it wasn't telling me about it. So he set me straight on a couple of things that definitely I would have had a hard time tracking down. So I'm always grateful when somebody's like, here's something you should do. Okay, I did not know about that. Like the last time I used OpenGL before starting this project was college, back when GL begin and GL end were still required. So the world has changed since then. I've gotten old. Got to learn new tricks though. You would recommend a guide to modern OpenGL functions. So this project, I'm specifically limiting myself to OpenGL 3.3, so I have to do everything the hard way. But the next game after this one, I plan to upgrade a bit. There are some significant downsides to using 3.3, but I also figure it's the lowest common denominator for all modern GPUs. Like anything that somebody's going to actually play a game on, I figure 3.3 is entirely supported. But yes, thank you. Reading material, always appreciated. I will put that in my queue next to learning about texture arrays, which I didn't know about until a week and a half ago. So yes, thank you for that reference material. So, don't think 4.6 has support problems. Might be wrong on that. Well, I know in bigger games they try to support all kinds of things, and a lot of their code is, pound if def, whatever supported OpenGL version, then run that code. It's very branchy. So I figured for my first game, limit the scope, 3.3, and I'm done. Next game, I'll have bandwidth to do more fancy schmancy. So, Mickey Maven, hopefully that got you an overview of textures in OpenGL, how to use them. If you have any other questions, just pipe up, and or if I answered your question, if I answered the wrong question, or didn't answer your question in the area you wanted, then just let me know. Happy to discuss. It looks like the bird is an OpenGL aficionado, or at least familiar with it. So maybe between the two of us, we can come up with good answers. I'm kind of feeling my way around all this stuff, which I think is a dying skill for modern software developers. Take a problem you've never seen before, break it down, work through it. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So where was I? Okay, so we went over textures, which we are done with for now. Texture quad, color quad, texture, we talked about that. Text. Okay, so word wrapping. If wrapping is enabled and our maximum X is outside the rectangle, we align the characters up to that point horizontally within our line. Then we say the new line starts here. For every value from the new start of line, we get our quad. Int first, no, float. First quad x0 equals that. So basically our vertex, the first quad of that letter x. So I think that's just our delta x equals our first quad x0. We want to move it this much. Just move the last bits of my code into 4.6 OpenGL style. Yeah, one of the things I'm looking forward to is not doing this anymore. Where is it? OpenGL helper? Is this the one? Where I wrap all of my OpenGL calls in this disaster, clear the GL errors, call the thing, then look for all of my GL errors. It's not an efficient way to do your OpenGL debugging. I'm looking forward to the error callback usage, but that's not supported in 3.3. Yeah, I'm not sure what support I'll take next game. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't given it much thought. I'd probably have to do some research on modern OpenGL and who's using it and what's supported commonly. So reach quad up to quad index. From this index, this thing plus equals delta x. We could also flip the signs. I don't know if that makes me feel better. So we're just shifting everything to the right. The other thing we need is int delta y. Float, what am I doing? Which is equal to, when we do a new line, we just move down a specific height, which we have calculated this much. So we calculate certain heights when we're reading in the font into our texture atlas. I think you may even, I just started with Insight, noticed it showed the errors. Oh, nice, nice. You get to 4.6, the move to Vulkan is smaller. I'll see if I later on manage to have both, but I eventually want Vulkan. Yeah, I seriously debated Vulkan. I actually, before I started this project at all, started going through the Vulkan tutorials, and I decided, you know what? Keep my scope small and simple. I think Vulkan is outside the scope for the first project. Maybe the first 2 projects. Maybe the first 3 projects, but I will be switching to Vulkan eventually. I think support for OpenGL is going straight to Vulkan, probably not the best idea. You know, it's a bit heavy. It's a bit heavy. Yeah. But I think it is the way to go, just not for me right now. This is me doing learning. So this game we're doing is an homage to a game from 1992 called Wordbreaker. That helps me to further limit my scope so that I can just get something done. The next game will probably be another homage game to an old 80s or early 90s game, maybe. But then we'll move on to my own game ideas, of which I have whole text documents full, so not short on ideas of things to implement. Delta y, we moved down. Vert y plus equals, yeah. So we can plus equals that. Oops. If we're going to add, let's just add them both in consistency, which means our delta x is minus the first quad's x naught. So that'll shift everything to the beginning of the line and down one line. then lastly, basically do this and line count. Line's first quad index. Did we already update that? Line's first quad index, we already caught it. Okay, current x equals max x equals our last max x minus plus delta x. That's how much we moved it by. Current y, we increment. Oh, no. Oh, current y we do have to increment, that's correct. Then we don't have a good wrapping point here. What's the last character of space? No. Plus line count. What do you think? How close are we? Are you using free type or something at the core of this? Yes. So here, let me, I think we're in a compilable state. So let's do that real quick. Statement has no, oh, plus. Very cute of me to forget plus equals. Yeah, so let me show you. I'm adding nothing to this game that I don't have to, and here's my list of dependencies. This is it. GLEW, GLFW, which gives me OpenGL, which I'm limiting to 3.3. We're using GLMath, which I think in our second game we're going to get rid of GLM. It's way more stuff than we need. We're literally just storing our transformation matrices and an orthographic projection. None of that's rocket science. So I think we can strip this completely out and simplify a lot. It's a 2D world we're in. We can strip this out. Free type 2 is what we're using right now for the font rendering. I want to get rid of this one. I think I can. I just don't know how long it'll take me. Hopefully not too bad, but I mean, it's going to be bad. Don't get me wrong. Bezier curves, winding algorithms, it's going to be fun. But I do want to get rid of these two dependencies. For our audio, it's port audio. This one is sufficiently minimal. I don't feel bad using it. These two make me a little sad. They feel way heavyweight for what I need them to do. Like free type is pulling in all kinds of like PNG dependencies, and I don't get it. So I think we can get rid of GLM and free type in the next game. Yeah, four library dependencies. Fmod for audio. Not sure about that choice yet. So yeah, let's go to sound real quick. So far, sound has been pretty straightforward. Mostly what you do, let's see here. We initialize our sound library here. So we basically say, give us a stream. And here's the parameters. We want 2 output channels. Tell me about my handle here. We want these parameters. This is our sample count, sample type, etc., suggested latencies. So just do this call according to the PA OpenStream documentation. And then we create basically an object that contains the data to play the sound. So we support playing waveforms, you know, it's your standard sine, triangle, square. You can set your volume. And then when you start a stream, you just register this callback. And it passes a bunch of stuff in. Here's your input buffer, which we ignore because we're doing output. You get our output buffer, which we pass to a float, because that's what we define when we define our stream. It will tell us how many frames per buffer, because we said tell us. We could tell it how many frames per buffer, but whatever. We ignore time info, status flags we ignore. User data is that object I defined myself. Okay, I guess we'll just open it. Which contains everything I need to play anything I want. So it has the handle to my stream object. It has some bookkeeping, volume, If we're generating a waveform, I have a square, triangle, whatever enumeration here. Here's the frequency to play. I have a timer. You can play your waveform forever or for a fixed time or until I say stop. Then here's how many samples we're going to play. Here's how many samples we stop after. Index. If we have a recorded sound, here's our PCM data. Flag for debugging stuff. And then we have a tag for further volume manipulation. Basically, this callback just... Where'd we go? There we go. Gets my signal data from the user data it passes to me. We ignore those elements. Wow, okay, come on. Scroll like the mouse. There we go. Keyboard. Screw the mouse. This is for volume stuff. If your music is tagged as music, we get the music volume from our game context for the sound effects volume. That way you can manipulate those separately. Samples per cycle doesn't matter too much. If our waveform is none, then we try to walk through a sound file, PCM divided by 16-bit PCM divided by some float. Gives us our stuff. Here's a sine wave, left value, right value. We're doing it in mono. Here's a square wave. Here's a triangle wave. Here's a sawtooth wave. Then we set our output, left and right values. This is interleaved, so it's left, right, left, right, left, right. Multiplied by our volume. If our sample count is exceeded our maximum samples, then we're done. Otherwise, we have to wait for somebody to hit stop. We'll just keep filling this buffer up forever. And when we're done, we just do a little bit of bookkeeping cleanup. That's it. Port audio, nothing much to it. So I like it. It's low level enough. I can do anything I want, and it doesn't try to get in the way. Dead simple. Couple of callbacks and some initialization. Luna James sent my portfolio. I will take a look at it after my stream, for sure. I'm always trying to collect people to resource when I have money. I plan to look into. Oh yeah, I looked at Valve Steam's audio. It's way heavyweight for what I want to do. Like, it'll do the full audio simulation around corners and reflections and echoes, and you give it a position of your sensor, your camera basically, and the source of the sound, and it will calculate your physics of the sounds for you. It's way heavyweight. For a good game, for more, how does it handle the tracing? Gosh, if I know. You have to handle a certain amount of geometry information, but I don't know. I didn't look any closer than that, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, wow, I've got like a simple word logic game. This is overkill. But yeah, it does some crazy cool things, but way heavyweight for me. I just want to play sounds, man. Like, if it had given all of that and then had a simple interface for just playing a UI sound, right, where it's not relative to my ears or my position in the game, I might have gone with it, but I didn't see any simple interface for here's how you play a sound. It was very focused on world realistic acoustics. So like I said, I'm just trying to keep things as simple as I can for now. Okay, so where was I? Yeah, port audio, dead simple. I have one header, one statically linkable object, and I'm done. That's all of my linker flags are just dead simple about that one. Okay, so that's sound. Oh yeah, we were testing word wrapping. So let's go to our sandbox. Sandbox. Hey! That's not right at all. The letter M truly got messed up. I bet I know why. Because I only changed one vertex. Quad plus 1 plus 0. We need to do it to all the vertices. We need to shift all the vertices in the quad. The same amount. There. That will help, I believe. Okay, so much closer. This lowercase m, which would be the start of my father, is at the right x location. Not the right y location, though. We need to... Oh, I know why. I know why. Okay, let's go back up to where we computed these things. You look here. OpenGL measures everything from the bottom left-hand corner as 0, 0, positive x to the right, positive y going up. When I do UI work, I like the top corner, top left corner to be the 0, 0, and positive x to go left, right? The same as OpenGL, but I want the y to go down. So this is 0, 0 going down. So I have flipped my viewport in my camera, and then I have to pass all of the y values as negative. So instead of add, I do want to subtract, which means we might as well be consistent about this. So I do want to subtract, because the y is inverted in my vertex buffer. Only in my vertex buffer. Everything else is consistent once I get through that. Which means this negative goes away. So that should have helped quite a bit. Instead of Dino Dance. Nice. Small victories. You gotta take them when you're building software. That's not even close. Yeah, that's not right at all. I believe X is still right. Delta Y. What if we change all the delta Y's back to plus? I guess that would isolate the problem a little bit more, because X should still be correct. Oh, vertex buffers. Huh. Current y plus equals. That's the same thing we do when we do new lines. New line. Current y plus equals this mess. Hmm. Feel like I was closer. Oh. Okay, that could be a problem. Y plus equals delta y. Just making all pluses everywhere. Okay, just the first M is screwed up, which is the one we have to wrap on. It's out of curiosity. How does centering work? Not bad, not bad. Top left, bottom right. There's an odd extra space there between kill. Huh. That is strange. So the M is still wrong. Oh, plus, minus, minus. Okay, that's closer. Okay, X, Y, X, Y, X, Y, X, Y. Yeah. So those offsets are all correct. Should all move the same amount. UV coordinates don't change because we've already mapped that to the character inside the texture atlas. Current X equals max X minus delta X. Current Y plus equals delta Y. So this looks correct. Where every letter after the first one is correct. Just the first character. Last known wrappable quad index. Index equals. Vertices per quad. Just move everything to the beginning of the line. quad, vertices per quad. First quad x at delta. We want to move that much so that my quad starts at 0. No, I don't think that's right. It's almost right. It's close enough to right, but I shouldn't have to. Because here we take the left, current x plus left. Oh, which means the x0 of that coordinate is not quite right. 0 plus left. Okay, I feel a lot better about that once we get things otherwise working. X, Y, X, Y, X, Y, X, Y. So Y is the first character. The first character is the only, my guess is, and we can test this. This first M is the only one that's being wrapped, then everything else is just being added afterwards. So if we increase our character spacing, killed my father is not wrapping there. So it's not picking K. That's why is K not the last good word? Interesting. Okay, we should log some things, I guess. This does not happen every frame, so it should be safe. Not spam things. Hey, Brian. Simba RPG's game. Nope, we're not doing an RPG today. Simba's RPG game. Lion King Simba's Pride PC game, huh? Never heard of it. Is it any good? Or I should make one. Index. Oh, weird. Okay, well, hold on. We may have a problem. Here, where we say index. This may be our problem. Q index, quad index. Nope, yes, nope, yes, yes. We may have been overwriting this index. One guy in my school were called Simba because his father was killed by his uncle. Ouch. Ouch. That's rough school right there. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, I think I know one of the issues is here. Was last space character was last? Yeah, that's just false spoon. That should help a couple of things. So M, where's this capital Y? Wait a second. Is this doing? Okay. If underscore wrapping enabled. We can do some of this bookkeeping without any fear of overheads. We, of course, cannot compile into a running executable. Louise nickname, yeah, that's just rough. Ooh. Sandbox. So the word my is not a valid wrapping point, but name n is at quad 2. So m is quad 0, y is quad 1, n, we don't do a quad for the space. N is quad 2. I at 6, capital I at 8, M for Montoya at 13, Y at 21 for you, K for killed at 24, M for my, F for father, capital P for prepare, T for 6, die. Okay, so that looks reasonable. If we go character spacing bump, it tries to move all of killed all at once. Yes. This may be an even better check. Okay, interesting. This is not quite working the way I'd hoped, but I don't think we're far off. So I'm going to pause for a restroom break. I will be back shortly. Maybe I will grab a snack while I'm at it. Let's see here. So hang on just a minute, and I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. We are hanging here. Getting out of air. Okay, all right. Back to it. Back to work. Back to work. Back to work. Me. So, it's finding the right character to wrap at. What else do I do? Get these new XY coordinates based on current line minus lift top. See, I should still apply a straight offset to every character. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's just put only the X change in. Let's cut the problem in half. I think the problem is it's Y. Just in time. You ever do that when you're watching a movie? Somebody's underwater or drowning or whatever. And you try to hold your breath as long as they do in the movie. I think they cheat. Oh, line spacing. No, we want character spacing. Yeah, so kill looks fine. There's the extra space at the end for D. Why is that? We'll figure that out. It probably has to do with this. Let's not worry about that. So X is fine. It's Y that is all messed up. If I apply the same offset to all four corners, it shouldn't matter, right? Why is it mangling my vertical axis? Or play a game and dodge by the screen in real time life? Yeah, exactly. Since I do a lot of Princess Bride quotes, I was just thinking about that, where they're in the sand, the lightning sand. Hold your breath. If we plus Y, that should move everything up by the same amount. Character spacing. See, it looks like it's leaving the lower right-hand corner or lower left-hand corner alone. Oh wow, okay. Okay, I see a problem here. 4, 3, boom. Does that just fix everything? That was it. That would be silly of me, but not unusual, I guess. Turns out I get to point at the right vertex object, the vertex index. Else it just doesn't like it. Okay, there's a weird offset, but it is, boom, killed. Yes, we do have an extra offset added in, but not bad. Let's figure out where that extra offset's coming from. Because of this. This right here. We are incrementing our X twice. Therefore, we have to minus X advance plus character spacing. pre-offset it. So when we apply it coming out of the word wrap, still okay. All right, sandbox. Hey, the text lines up and killed. You killed. Very nice. Toya should pop down. Hey, I think we have basic word wrapping. We can call that a win. We have clipping. We have wrapping. Okay, so let's do this then. In our sandbox, let's do new line. Stop saying that. We'll get the response in there as well. So we are now manually changing the line and word wrapping new lines. So yes, I agree. This feels good. It feels good when something comes together. Sandbox. Then we increase the line spacing. It just pops this new line. Oh, wait a second. What did I type in there? I put a space in. There we go. Okay, so let's quit. That should line up with the left edge. Last thing we need to do is just flip through the different alignments, make sure that the word wrap doesn't do anything too weird. There we go. Okay, sandbox. Let's get it to break on killed. Increase the line stuff a little bit. Vertical top left. Center. Oh no! Uh-oh. Okay, this U is getting messed up somehow. Right, align that U is getting jacked up. Shoot, left, center, right, bottom, left, center, right. That letter U is not being adjusted correctly. Therefore, the problem is in this. Last known wrappable quad index is fine. It's this thing. Pre-wrappable max X line. Last known wrappable quad index. Align horizontally. Where do we do that? Oh, quad index. So it's not inclusive. I don't need to subtract the one. Boom. That should fix that. In theory. Okay, spacing, top left, center right, center left, center right, bottom left, center right. Hey, I think we have text alignment, text wrapping, text clipping, character spacing, line spacing, all working. Woohoo! Nice. Okay. I'm gonna call that a win. I think we take it. We take the win. We call it done. We make a note. Journal. Oh, do I have to call text wrapping done? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna rename this basic text wrapping. Not really long words. We talked about that here. When we get a really long word, we just take a word wrap length threshold. Okay, well, let's see what we've got. Basic word wrapping. It's text wrapping. In place and working okay. Not handling wrap on very long words yet. basic text wrapping is done, tested in sandbox. Long words not supported yet. Ooh, okay, so we have a couple options here. We can call that good. Or we can try doing the long word wrapping. I kind of want long word wrapping to work, because then I'll never have to revisit that again. Because the next thing I have up after that is fixing the TextEdit cursor. We've been in here already, so the long word wrapping might not be that bad. Okay. I think we just do a word wrap length threshold. I don't think this is as bad as I fear, except that I'm going to have to manually insert a character quad with a hyphen. Okay, let's add this in. Text wrap support for long words. Int long m underscore long word wrap threshold. We'll just call it 7. We're not going to make any like editing functions around it yet. It's fine. Oh, we're going to do this as well. Mm. Last known wrappable quad wrap. Which only matters here. Last known wrappable quad left equals split info.left, which is usually just added here. The question becomes, when we play our word wrapping, delta x, do we add last known wrappable quad left, or do we subtract it? Okay, so if we go to, here's our left edge. Our current is at 0. Then we add left. Current x plus left is where the letter starts. So I don't want to move x naught. I want to move x naught minus left. Is that true? I want to subtract left from, because it was added in. I think that's it. Can we just subtract it? We probably won't be able to tell with this test case since M and K are on the left. They have a x offset of 0. Actually, we could pass. Wrapping enabled. Fast wrapping our modulus C at modulus B with left C. Character quad index glyph info dot left. I just want to see what kind of values we get. Maybe there's a good character we can break on. I think you subtract left from that offset. And we blow it up. But we don't know why. 10 box blows up. Oh, okay. All right. I really need to get rid of the precompiled headers, I think. We aren't even talking about kerning yet. I think I'll do that in the next game as well. Yeah, one of the last things we need to do is fix the cursor in our TextEdit. So we're going to try to route Hypopomonstrous Squipedaliophobia. Fix the cursor. Hour and a half-ish. Maybe 2 hours. We can do this. Name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. So M seems reasonable. It has a left of 3. As long as that's perfectly vertical with the M above it, I don't see a problem. The K, similar issue. I think we're doing this the right way. That looks aligned. Good. Okay, so that's just a small thing though. Okay, long line wrapping. This is if this gets more complicated. If last known wrappable quad index minus this is greater than or equal to m underscore long threshold. We're going to do certain things. Otherwise, we'll do other things, which I don't know what that looks like yet. So this is the case of we've gotten either no wrap offset at all, so if we come here, we have this as our wrapping point. Come all the way here, and now the next letter is going to blow us up. So we say, is this number of quads longer than our threshold? If it is, what we need to do is insert a quad with a minus and wrap the O, and then keep going. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. For long lines. Our current quad is outside. So we need to take the current quad and the one before and wrap both of them. That means I have to go back 2 characters from the current quad. Oh no. Oh no. We're also only leaving out so many quads. There might not be enough quads to accommodate the hyphen we have to insert. I do not want to get halfway through my layout and discover that I have to reallocate all of my quads. Dang it. No, maybe we don't do this today. Maybe we let this slide. We're gonna let this slide for now. I don't feel like thinking about it anymore. Or we do it badly. This minus sign ruins my quad count. How many quads do I need to allocate to my vertex buffer? Darn it. I'll have to think about that. I'm going to think about that. Long word wrap test. Okay. Let's remove that and log error long word wrapping not supported. I guess that's it. This is, yeah. If we insert a hyphen to break a long word, that invalidates, can invalidate the quad capacity we have allocated. Do. All right, journal. Let's take this one back out, put it into do. Under here. We'll need to deal with it eventually, but I don't feel like dealing with it today. I've done plenty of text wrapping stuff today. And that one feels sticky. Okay, it's like a sticky problem. Next, text edit cursor. Right now, it is not doing anything right. And we have to make some changes. So, text. Text is here. Underscore cursor offsets. Do we ask cursor height? Is that something we expose? What do we call it in text edit? X offset at char. And we need to get rid of those fives. We don't like those fives. Be null pointer. Equals a thing. We delete it. We get a new one. M underscore cursor offsets. Equals new int. M underscore text length plus times 2. We need one for X, one for Y. Update text. For each character. We record its position. M underscore cursor offsets sub oof see, index times 2 equals current x. Index times 2 plus 1 equals current y. Same for tab before we move it. Actually, let's this way. Technically, that is a character. So I guess that's fine. Where the main problem now is when we wrap, this gets changed for all the previous offsets as well. So it's not just quads. This is why I wanted to get word wrapping done before cursor fixing. Equals index. Okay. For int c index equals last known wrappable chart index. Index less than equal to index plus c index. M underscore cursor offsets. So c index times 2 plus 1 plus equals minus equals plus equals delta y plus equals minus equals delta x. Is that it? No. That should give us all of our cursor positions. In theory. We may have to do a little bit of fiddling with this. One thing we do need is character type. Let's see. I guess here. Cursor height. Cursor height. Make constant. Then we need void get cursor position x int pointer to y. We'll try that. Contains. We may have some vertical flipping issues, but this should not be bad. M underscore font data. Oops. Let's see here. Max height above baseline. Font data. Data equals. There we go. Cursor height. 22 max. Height above baseline. This thing. Oh, add in that add character. Int char index. We need one more. We need one more. M underscore. Underscore offsets equals this thing times 2 x9 plus 1. We need the cursor position before each letter and at the end of the last letter. So we update text after we walk out of our for loop. Okay. This is our for loop. After we step out of our for loop. M underscore text len. That's 1 times. Nope, just text len. Let's see here. If we have 3 characters, 0, 1, 2, 3. Three characters, 0, 1, 2, 3. Text len times 2, where length is 3. Okay, then actually we have to adjust the dy for int char index equals 0 less than or equal to underscore char index. We do have to have these offsets adjusted as well. Cursor offsets. We'll need to adjust the line. Plus equals 1. Oh no. We'll just work this the same way we did everywhere else. So, char index times 2 plus 1 plus equals delta y. Is that it? Anything else? Oop, we're going to clean new build. All right. It's fine. We probably needed to anyways. insert 0 less than or equal to char index. Insert char index is less than or equal to underscore text on the end. X equals m underscore cursor offsets char index times 2 y equals contents of x and y, cursor offsets of char index times 2 plus 1. Now it's using them. See how bad that is. Okay, just make sure we don't blow things up. Okay, nothing blew up yet. Okay. I think we did everywhere. Probably need to also delete underscore cursor offsets. Cursor offsets equals null. Out of curiosity, oh, here we are. Yes, this is where read array underscore cursor offsets. Yeah, that's it. Right, recompile again. Oh. Okay, nothing's broken still. Okay. Which brings us to our text edit. Cursor. Set cursor index, blah, blah, blah. Set cursor index, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cursor width, cursor height. So here's the height. What we need for this is m underscore text dot cursor height. Set cursor index. Move to if it's empty, 0. If there's no text, basically. You know what? We can do this better. I think we're taking into account our text alignment. Oh, that's not true at all. Ugh, okay. Okay. Everywhere where we align horizontally, it will not be happy. need to adjust all of the corresponding cursor positions here as well. We're doing this for the Y offset down here at the bottom. But to do also opaque cursor positions and underscore cursor offsets. Okay, so we're going to ignore alignment for now, since we've identified that. Come over here, TextEdit. I think we can just get rid of this. Int x offset equals 0, int y offset equals 0, and underscore cursor dot move to underscore text dot get cursor position. We're going to rename. So here we have a getter. Okay. Get cursor position given the address of x offset, the address of y offset. Then cursor move to x and y. There's no way this is right. There's too many things going on, but we're going to try. All right. Yes, I renamed that on purpose for this very reason. Off we go to the horse races. Oh yeah. Index. Alright, go to our sandbox. We make everything top left. Then we click somewhere. And that's our cursor apparently. It's not blinking. It's not in the box. Its X position is pretty close. Click this one. Oh, cute. It's definitely not working right. It's not as. So here's the end of Ga. Anybody want peanuts as they lined up with that question mark there? So we need to add the marginal offset, which is not too bad. We can do that. The size. Why is the height so far off? Height should be relative to the baseline to the highest character height. I can well believe that the Y is inverted. I'm not worried about that. The height. The height. What is up with this height? Excellent. Alright. Margin? No, nothing margin related. Okay. Load margin. Nothing lines up. Text-wise, no, mostly does. Interestingly, cursor height. It's not returning the height of the font thing in pixels. It's not. That is interesting. Set cursor index, move to. Underscore margin. Okay. Okay, that's not bad. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's just. It started off so good. Okay. Go to the end of the last character. So our Y is way, way up. Just try flipping the sign. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if I had a Y flipper. Okay, now that's closer. It looks like the X position is coming in fine. So what's up with this height? I am, oh, that's a good question. Cursor height is actually set somewhere else. Cursor. Oh, we still have the cursor width. Okay. Underscore cursor width. Set text size, set text, set TextEdit, set text size. There it is. Boom. Resize font. Let's see how that looks. Cursor might not be this. 8. Huh. Okay. move to, it feels like the top of the cursor is where the bottom of the cursor should be. The cursor height. Cursor height. Cursor height. So close. That is the correct height. The position we're getting is the baseline. Set cursor index. Move cursor left, move cursor right. Key press handler. Set cursor index at cursor index. +1, -1. Delete. Home. End. Set text. Set text size. Set alignment. Let's apply offset. How's the first one getting position? I think the only move to we have is this one. We need to handle empty string. The cursor is drawing upside down. X offset, Y offset. Minus Y offset. So what is going on here? When I click it, one, the cursor's not blinking. Two, it's just a little bit high of the baseline. Possibly by the... No, it's just minus. Okay. Each of these characters has an offset within the context of the text element itself, which is why we have to add the margin, because that text is inside of a box. What is happening to this Y offset? As soon as I hit left or right key, it pops down below. So somewhere we're moving the cursor. interesting. Definitely this, I believe. Maybe the height needs to be updated in different ways. Click. So there's the end to the beginning. And it's not blinking. This one is at the end. And it is off by the vertical. Let's see here. But we put everything at the top. Everything's off by one line. Interesting. One line. Yeah, this looks like it's exactly one line above where it should be. Okay, we are one line off. Every case is the same. So let me do this. Move this out of here. The adjustments can be made. Oh, that's not right. Okay, then adjustments are made. And okay. Whew. We're not dealing with horizontal line alignment right now. Why? Debug. We shift all the letters, we have to shift all of the cursor offsets. Maybe that's it. Maybe. Turns out that text is a tricky beast sometimes. Sandbox. Our text cursor is wrong. X position looks good. Okay, now we're off by even more. Let's skip this. We just go to the top. How do we align? We're off by a line. One line off. But not one line off here. This is some fraction of a line off. Oh, cursors. What do we do to the top? Okay, so this works fine if we're lined to the top. And this works fine if we're lined to the top. Fine-ish. Yeah, it does not take into account line spacing. So line spacing not taking into account. Oh, text cursor. I know that the alignment is not being taken into account at all. Oh, wow. Yeah. Same thing here. So, horizontal alignment might be the easiest thing to beat now. The vertical alignment. Shouldn't be this hard. Okay. All right, calculated delta x for basically this. Each character index plus. We're going to move the x plus equals delta x. Does that fix horizontal alignment for us? Sandbox. Top left. Click. We're at the end. Go all the way to the beginning. Horizontal center. That actually looks pretty good. This one, we know that the... Oh. Odd. Huh. Oh. Okay. This does not go in here like this. We need to limit it to only the characters within the range. Text.hpp. horizontal. Start quad index, stop quad index, int start char index, int stop char index. That's what we need. Start index with start quad index, stop index with stop quad index. There. We also need int start char index, int stop char index. Start char index. Stop char index. Think. So every time we call this, we also have to know this thing and our index. Okay, let's see how that goes. Index not declared, and that's because it is basically m underscore len. So much bookkeeping with text. Nobody wants to write. No wonder nobody wants to write a font renderer. It is. Just do a full clean and debug. Text is hard. Not hard, just tedious, I guess. Get the x-axis lined up, then we'll tackle the vertical. Break the problem down, make it simpler. It is done, okay. It wasn't just a build artifact problem. Let's get a back face. Main menu scene, cleaning up text at 108. 108. Optimized out. Line 108 is when we delete our text. Copy text. That's it. We assign it to null, and we allocate new text. There are no other assignments to text. When we start, text is null. Oh dear. Okay. Cursor offsets. That I don't think should manifest as a bug in that way. I suppose I could believe that it does. Sandbox, and it blows up. Trace. Text 109. We're deleting text. Why would it blow up there? If member is not equal to null, delete the member and assign it to null. That all seems reasonable to me. What if we just take that one out? That's been working for so long without crashing. Nope. Huh. Alright, scene cleans up. Main menu scene. Line 40. 43. $40. 43. We are literally letting everything blow itself out for us because we have no pointers to anything. We have a text and some buttons. Each button contains text. But I can't tell which. Well, I guess I can't tell. It's the text, right? Shell. Text itself is being destroyed. We can't tell if it's inside of a button or not. Okay. We could check the parent of the text that's being destroyed. Quit. Text 109. CP at 109. Run. Okay. Print. Let's point to here. It's null. So it's not a button. It's this little it's the caret pointing to sprint, but is blowing up. Why? Let's see here. Print this point to m_text. That looks correct. Text length. What? Oh, text capacity. Also 0. Cursor offsets. Integer array. (24) 0. 3 0. Interesting. That's fine actually. I would expect that. So why is this text? I have a text but I have no length, which sure. Why is this blowing up? I have text. And I print text as a is my constructor being called twice for some reason? Delete. Alright, let's look for the word delete. Square brackets. We delete text, whereupon we set it to null. Delete text. Text equals null. Maybe that's my problem. Redeleting text without nullifying it. That again. Maybe we've been lucky for a while here. Right. Just trying to delete something that we've already deleted once. No! This is the same exact problem, except at a different point. Text.cpp 103 still has to do with m_text. Okay, let's put text at the bottom. Let's see if it follows that. What else is going on here? Blowing up still at text 103, which is not text itself. I don't believe it. I think my compiler is lying to me. I hate these kinds of bugs. First thing be deleted as an array blows up. Which is frustrating. By the time we figure out what's wrong with this, we'll have forgotten what we were working on before. Time for more gum, I guess. Well, I think. It's blowing up.
Owen, if we can living room, we can do a puzzle.
String is null. Copy text. If I've blown away text, it's null. Then we create a new space and then copy into it. Go through and count how many quads we'll need. Manage our colors. What is wrong with the constructor of text? Okay. I've seen my compiler do some very, very stupid things. So let's just try to do something even more stupid and shock the compiler into working right. Get this, set it in here. If m underscore text m underscore text m underscore text. That is what this translates to. Then we'll see where it crashes. During text. See, what on earth is this? Still at 103. Except we have moved this below. It crashes on the thing above it. Run. Sandbox. Trace. Now it's crashing at line 104, which is this one. Give this the same treatment. Or it will crash. I blame my compiler. I think my compiler is doing something stupid. There's a bug. This line of code would not execute at all. I spent like 2 hours trying to figure out why. And then I put a log statement after the line that would not execute, and then it worked. And then I took away the log statement, and it still worked. And I have no idea why. Okay, it crashes. Now it's crashing up line 108. Oh, which is back to this one. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's just look at cursor offsets. What is it doing? We just never clean up after ourselves. Does it magically run? I hate that answer. Yep, it just magically runs. I hate that answer. Oh, then it crashes. Backtrace up to
He's not.
Unsubscribe from key press handler.
Like bathroom. Bathroom.
Text edit.
What's the bathroom?
Text edit. That's part of an integer spin box. I do not like this MIM. This has been working for ages. Okay, how to. I did a full clean. Should remove all the object files, all the precompiled editors.
Your coffee.
Clean.
Can I go to the bathroom after you, Mary? You're not doing that under
Purge.
consent.
Okay. Purge debug. We're going to delete the whole builds folder. What is going on? How? Can I trick my compiler into working right? Yeah, the longer we debug this, the more I'm thinking the compiler is doing something truly outrageously stupid. So there is nothing we're doing that is at all strange. The text line is null to start with. We can copy text to it. We create a new array and copy the text in. If we need to create a new one, we delete first, then copy, which creates a new array. And when we do the structure, it
Get up and I'll put it in.
text 103. This is killing me. Here's 103.
You too? On the game.
Okay. Great. Text. CP line 103. Run. Sandbox. Okay. Hit a breakpoint. Print
Oh, wait. Yeah.
this. Text, it's a constant, has a thing to go. Okay, this points to text. That is not null. We could go everywhere that text is deleted or assigned and print it. I don't like that answer. Print this, point to m_parent. It's null, which is fine. The one that's crashing. It's this one. All right. What if we do this? What else? What else could we possibly want? M underscore cursor offsets is a thing. Text 0. Text 1 is the null character. Text len is 1. Which is all correct. So, just rearrange the chairs on the Titanic here for a bit. Run it. Sandbox crashes. BT. This time, print this point to underscore parent. It should be the first button. Oh, it crashed though. All right, fine. Quit. Right here, run. Okay. Print this point to M underscore parent. This has a parent. This is basically the first button, which is probably the quit button, right? This point to text. It's golf. Oh. Okay, I guess that's the first button to be destroyed. So it doesn't matter if it's a free text or if it's under a button. Which doesn't help me understand what's going on at all. Alright, we're going into printf debugging. Ready? Here we go. Text now. Let's go back to the main menu. Put that back the way it was.
You did the game?
Okay, last thing initialized, first thing destroyed. So golf actually makes sense. Perfect. Okay, in text, done. Anytime text is assigned. Note text deleted. Text allocated. Modulus P. This. I think that's what we want to do. That's it. That's the only two places it's actually created or destroyed. And then here. Destructor text to deallocate. We'll try that. Run it. What we'll see is lots of different things will text allocate. Oh, we can even, how do we make this better? Just text deleted. Deleting text modulus s underscore text. Allocated for text. Modulus p text copied. All right, we'll just see what we're getting here. We need more data, more information about the flow of things. Run. Okay. Text allocated for play, allocated for settings, allocated for about, allocated for high scores, sandbox, quit, marathon, sprint, golf, and less than simple. Okay. So come over here, we get sandbox, destructor text to deallocate. Nowhere where I delete, why is that text invalid? Critical error detected. Come on. Okay, so okay, all of this is not helpful on the Stack Overflows. Right. something writing beyond its allocation. Huh. So the error was on line 36, whatever that means. Okay. So my heap is corrupted. And it's probably not due to text. It's probably due to cursor offsets. Oh, let's see. If underscore cursor offsets not equal to null. Equals this new thing, which is the length of my text plus 1 times 2. I'm allocated text line plus 1 times 2.
Okay, that one you can hold in.
Text len plus 1 times 2. There's enough room for this. I'm not overwriting anything.
Why?
I'm not doing anything on the vertical.
Guys, be quiet.
Here is a, oh, no, that's not a problem. It has nothing to do with wrapping. And we can assert things. Cursor offsets. This has to be where it's corrupted, right? Why don't we just go, we'll just do this. Anywhere it's actually used, just comment it out. Oy. Contents of x equals 0, contents of y equals 0. Okay, nothing is writing to cursor offsets anymore. Unused parameter, fine. Because we really aren't using those. Run. I gave it enough room. And it's working. Sandbox back. Sandbox back. Yep. Okay, so we're doing something terrible with cursor offsets. That should probably be fine. Arguably, that is fine. Let's just keep doing this for now. That should not matter. Underscore cursor offsets equals little pointer. And we should allocate it, I think. And it should be twice as long as text plus 1. So if we have a 3-character string like the or cat or something, cat plus 1 makes it 4 times 2 is 8. Because there are 4 positions in my text before the first character, between the first 2, between the second 2, and after the third character. That's 4 positions. So text len plus 1 times 2. This should have nothing to do with text at all. This one should be fine. Strongly suspect this one is okay. Character index. Or quad index. Yeah, up to where we currently are. That should be fine. This one, maybe? Although I allocated enough memory, it shouldn't be a problem. Here. Again, allocated enough room for text len plus 1 times 2. So let's leave those 2 alone. Same thing here. Let's see where that gets us. No. Nope. Quit. No, the PowerPoint didn't finish either. Quit. Quit. So which ones do I think are the ones that are screwing me over? Let me think. Okay, that appears to be okay. Char. Kernel cursor. Offsets. I think this is the problem. So let's do this. We assert our character index is fine. I don't think that's going to blow up there anyways. Okay. Here we start our character is in the right range. We delete if we need to before we copy text. Copy text. Allocated modulus D cursor offset. Right. For text. Okay, that looks fine. Looks fine. Pretty sure those are fine. This you know what? Cursor offsets. Right. Assert. Char index times 2 is less than m underscore xlen plus 1 times 2. Assert m underscore xlen times 2 is less than or equal to that, which I agree with, plus 1. Char index times 2 plus 1. Assert char index times 2 Plus not that much. Okay. We'll see where the assert fails. So in theory, see, that's a critical error with no failed asserts. Allocated 2 cursor offset array for an empty string, 10 for play, so 4 plus 1 is 5 times 2 is 10. Settings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus 1 is 9, doubled is 18. About is 5, so 12, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 22, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 4, 5, 10, 4, and 4 is 8, 9, 18, 3, 6, 7, 14, 4, 5, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the assert never hits. I am never writing past my cursor offsets. This is becoming frustrating. And now the bots show up. Very nice. Okay. This is becoming frustrating. I'm allocating one more character doubled for my cursor offsets. And never does it fail an assert. Never. It does not fail a single assert. They're all within the bounds. TextLen plus 1 times 2. 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 Same thing. It does not fail assert, therefore I'm not overriding my buffer. How is my heap getting corrupted? Alright. Restroom break. Okay, we're back. What am I gonna do? Option 1. We try to eliminate the one and only entry that's breaking us. Let's assume that one is the problem. Manually try all of the combinations, I guess. And that one breaks, so that was not the problem. Or rather, well, let's try this one. Nope, not there. Same issue. That's what having a cert did. Okay, I guess that is the problem right there. This chunk. What if we... What if we do that? I have one more space for one more character. I shouldn't overflow it, right? Okay. Align line horizontally. Last known wrappable character index to the current index. Is fine. That should be fine. Else. Oh, okay, let's go to line horizontally. Let's do this. Let's put this back in. Except we're going to comment out this one. Actually, I assume it's not that one. Word wrapping, I assume it's not that one. I assume it's this one. If that's not the case, we can try the other two. One step at a time, we will find the culprit. And it is indeed this one. Okay, so here's a question then. Should this have actually been inclusive? I think so. Last known wrappable character index. If this is -1, then we have to set it at 0. Is that our problem? If start char index less than 0, start char index equals 0. Is that my problem? This character is so short, it never wrapped, never needed a wrap. If I was writing in -1, which was probably the problem. Okay, so if we don't do this, here's the assert that will fail then. Assert start char index. Wow, start char index greater than or equal to 0. This one will fail. This is the problem. Assert failed with start character has to be greater than or equal to 0. Yep. Ugh.
And other bases and charge each other. Start pushing.
Assert char index times 2 is greater than or equal to 0.
Uh-oh, I put light.
Now, what were we even debugging anymore? Do you remember? Where did I debug?
Oh, now it's level 2. Uh-oh.
Underscore text then times 2 plus 1. Assert char index times 2 plus 1 greater than or equal to 0.
too.
That is way too many asserts. Truth codes. Hey, how's it going? What's up? Welcome to the chat. How's it going? Okay. Word draft is still working. The cursor height is wrong. Oh. Let's get this working first. Cursor height looks fine. X coordinates seem okay. There. Okay, the X coordinates look fine. What if we center? Those look fine. This does not look fine. What is going on there? Okay, so centering definitely worked something. We right align everything. That seems fine. Definitely wrong. So only left align is working. OpenGL? Yes. OpenGL. Just spent way too long trying to figure out. I was passing a -1 as an index because of the way that it was failing. I hate this deceptive errors. But we found it. We are left aligned. Everything is fine. Only when we adjust it does it get wrong. Even the y coordinate's not bad there. So something happens when we center a line of text. That looks fine. This bottom line looks okay. The line above it does not. I don't know what's going on there. The top line is wrong. Okay. Yep, I've been doing some text changes the last few days. Right now, the cursor should be positioning itself correctly, and it is not. So that's what we're debugging right now. Right now, it has to do with when we get to the end of a line of text, we say go forth and align yourself horizontally. If it's left aligned, it does nothing. If it's right aligned, it moves the last character as far right as it can. And centered, it splits the difference. And then that function there should move itself by the same amount the characters are moved. Up to index, character index, which means the current no, not that. Last known wrappable character index. Lines first quad. I need lines first character index. Okay, more bookkeeping. First character index equals 0. What's this quad index? Where is it coming from? Oh, 0. Index is in char, so it should be fine. Character index equals the current index of the character. Last known wrappable char index is that. Should be fine. Last known lines first quad to last known lines. Last lines first char index to the last known wrappable character index. Lines first char index to the length of the string. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, so we're making a game with no game engine, but we've been doing a bit of work in the font rendering this last week or so. We've got our text clipping in rectangle. We've got most of word wrapping. There's the last piece we have to add. I don't want to do it today. We can rotate it. We can do all kinds of things to it, but the cursor in the text edit has been completely broken for a couple days. Okay, well, y is way off. That did not used to be the case. Well, actually, it probably did. But top, left alignments all work. We go to center. That actually looks like it's fixed now. Oh, no, no. Okay, so the new line character is screwing me up. Yep, new line characters are messing me up. And end of string characters. Therefore, what needed to happen is this does need to be inclusive of the last character. Next. Okay. Sandbox. Let's center home and okay. Okay, so oh, that one worked. Interesting. This one did not. End of line characters seem to be messing me up. Not end of text though, so that's good. And also link lines. What about auto wrap is even more messed up. It's cursor position stuff. So I want to get a new line character. What do we do? Get the current XY position where the new line gets hit. Then we say align ourselves horizontally, which should include this last in. Oh, plus plus index. Oh no. Oh, well, I don't think that's the problem. Just take it out for now. Align horizontally. Should go all the way to the last character index. The stop chart index inclusive. It is inclusive of the stop chart index. Top center. Good. Not good. That last character offset is not right. If I get this period, so right now my cursor is before the period. Like if I delete forward, it deletes the period. It's adding so much to the x-axis for a new line. I probably gotta wrap this up. I've got. I'm running out of time here. Huh. Huh. Okay, well, I think we're going to have to call it there. We are, unfortunately, some weird bookkeeping here that I need to think through. Cursor positions with text alignment. Behavior is inconsistent, which means that my word wrapping is not behaving the same way as a hard line. When I go to the end of text, that works better than. Oh, interesting. Maybe anyway, I can't keep going. So we'll wrap it up there. We're gonna probably finish up cursor stuff tomorrow. Let's see what else have we got on our docket. Go to our journal. Some progress on TextEdit cursor. Still has issues.
No.
Okay. We'll pick this up tomorrow. To do. Oh, we've got text wrapping sort of done. Long words. Actually, that's right here. TextEdit. This is not TextEdit anymore. It is an active item in our journal. Update for new multi-line text again. Wrapping. One other thing we need to do is edit cursor clamp to or flip to rectangle. The TextEdit cursor isn't linking. So put those under tasks for tomorrow. Along with cursor update. Still has issues. Okay. That's probably where we're going to have to pause today. We'll get back into it tomorrow. We get the TextEdit multi-line cursor stuff done. I think we'll be ready for. This is the last fundamental tech piece that we need. That may not be entirely true. We may decide to do sprite animations but we'll get around to that. So thank you for joining me today. We are just going to wrap it up there and pick it up tomorrow. So have a wonderful evening. Thank you for the chats. Thanks for joining me, and have a wonderful evening. Bye.